Hello, welcome to the June 11th, 2024 Club Cubase live stream. My name is Greg Undo, and I'm the host of the live stream today. How the live stream works, if you have not attended one before, is you could ask questions in the live chat field, or questions can be submitted in advance to clubcubase@steinberg.de. When asking questions, if you could indicate exactly which version of Cubase that you're running. So if it's Cubase LE, AI, Elements, Artist, or Pro, that would be helpful. Also, if you could indicate which operating system you're running and which version number. So if you're on version 11, 12, or 13, that information is helpful. We will try to get through all of the questions chronologically as asked. If you do not see an immediate response to your question, realize that my ability to answer all the questions in real time may soon be eclipsed with all of the questions that are asked. I'll try my best throughout the live stream to catch up, but if we could avoid asking the same questions repeatedly, that would be appreciated. We should have an index of all the topics covered in today's live stream pinned to the top of the comments field. Several hours after the live stream, I will sit down, take a dinner break, and rewatch the live stream and type up all the questions with their timestamps. If you wanted to search for topics that have been covered in previous live streams, you could go to cubaseindex.com, and we want to thank Jan from Stockholm for creating a wonderful website. There's over 33,000 questions that you could look up there. We also want to give special thanks to Agent K and Jazz Dude for all of their work with the Cubase Nation Discord. We want to thank Agent K and Jazz Dude for their work with serving as moderators. They want to make it a better community experience for other people. So we'll give special, they're not Steinberg employees, but they want to make it a better user experience for people on the live stream. We'll also give Jazz Dudes special kudos for his works with the Cubase Nation Discord. So it's an unofficial Discord server that's a wonderful resource of information for the Steinberg community. So once again, my name is Greg Undo. I work for Yamaha Corporation of America. I primarily focus on Steinberg products, and I'm the host today. I'm presenting from outside of Washington, D.C. area in Alexandria, Virginia. If you are watching live or watching afterwards, please feel free to introduce yourself and tell us where you're from. With that, we will go ahead and get started. All right, so we see from Daniel Bader. Hello, Greg. There's a discrepancy between the in-mixer input and recorded material. The input mixer shows the meter at 2.8 dB louder than the recorded track. I added test tone in the mixer input. There's a level mismatch on the input mixer channel with the test tone in it and a record arm channeled in the session. Okay, so let's say I kind of got this set up a bit in advance. So we'll come over here. I'm going to activate. I'll turn down the monitor so we don't have to hear test tone. Well, just a little bit here. So we're going to see our test tone on the input channel is at minus 18 dB. We look at the metering, and I have this test tone routed to this levels channel, which we see right next to each other. So right now we have the test tone and we go to the input for this particular channel on levels. So we open this up and we can see our input is coming from the stereo input. And we'll open this up again. We see our level here is at, so we can see minus 12 dB. So I think probably what you might be seeing is when we look at this is the pan law settings. So when we look at it in the mixer here, we can see that for our levels, will be minus 18, and we'll see minus 12. So I'm going to actually just change my setting here for our meter position. So let's say now if we look at input meters, we could see this. So let's adjust. All right, so now we'll come over here so we see our input. So I just reset the meters. And I'll set this to post parameter. So right now we're seeing the same exact levels, but if you go to what could be causing your discrepancy is also when we come over here to the project setup and with the stereo pan law. So if we have our pan law set to a different value, so let's say we set this and we start panning our track, we could see that the pan law will adjust the mono tracks to adjust, but when we have the panning set the same, we can see that we have minus 18 on the test tone here. So if we select our inputs channel here, we'll go to my input output channels. So we select our input, I'll turn off the test tone generator. And now as soon as we turn it on again, we'll see that we'll have again, just reset. And as we can see here, we're going to see minus 18, minus 18. So it looks exactly the same to me. So let me know if that looks like I'm doing anything differently than you are. But just with the test tone generator, it's going to be looks like the same levels, but check your pan law settings because that may make a difference. All right, wonderful to see Tim K from Zeist in the Netherlands. Thanks for joining us again. Eric Sampson from Paris asks, is there a way to zoom horizontally between two locators? So, you could always kind of do the drop zoom trick. So let's say we have two locators here. I'll just add a couple more. So if I wanted to zoom between the two locators, so a lot of people don't know this trick with, if I just put my cursor between the two locators in the timeline, and then we just hold the left mouse button down and move it down vertically, that we could zoom between those 2 points, just like that. So if we go exactly to, let's say, measure 65 with our playhead position, I could just kind of keep and zoom just like that between two different events. If I want to zoom between these locators or zoom between these locators, we could do it just visually like that. So it's a great kind of zoom trick into functionality. All right, Eric Sampson says, horizontal zoom level and position in project is not saved when reopening the project later. After working on other projects in the meantime, the configuration zoom in position is lost. Is this a bug? All right, so let's say I want to zoom to this level where we see kind of the red parts like so. So I'm going to save this project. Okay, so this is going to be called June 11th, 2024. Let me close the project. I'm going to open another project and do some work on it. Okay, so I'm here. This is now our active project. I move parts, do some MIDI editing, move these parts. Now let me open up our June 11th, 2024 and see if the zoom, the horizontal zoom is preserved. So it looks like it's the same exact position to me as where we saved it. So let me know if I did anything differently than you did, Eric. All right. So Eric also asks, is there a transient shaper in Cubase? So yeah, probably the equivalent of the transient shaper would be called the envelope shaper. So if we wanted to activate this project again. So if I want to take this particular drum loop and let me just solo it. So as a plugin, we would see under dynamics and we would see kind of envelope shaper. So here we could adjust the attack, the length and release. So not only do you have it as a dynamics plugin, but when we go to our channel strip, we can now come right over here and just under tools, we can also have the envelope shaper functions right there within the particular tools area of the channel strip. So check out the envelope shaper, and if you want to get more creative with transient design, there's even, when you go to your dynamics, a multi-band envelope shaper so that we could have different transient design for different frequency ranges. All right, Frankie Rock asks, is it possible to record audio from a VST instrument on a separate audio track in order to save CPU? I use Cubase 13 Pro Windows 11 Pro, many thanks. Yeah, so let's say we have a Rhodes patch here, and so what I want to do is we're going to right click and we'll say let's add an audio track, and for its audio input we can come over here and say we want to connect to track instruments, and I'll say Rhodes. So at this point I could arm this track for record, and I'm going to record MIDI and audio simultaneously. So as we come over here, and then we could just again record both at the same time. I will just come over quickly and I'll take off my loop. So as will be So now as I So now we can see the chords here and we'll play it back. So we're hearing both the MIDI and the audio that was basically rendered in real time, just like that. So once again, add an audio track. On its input, you'll see connect to bus, and then you could have group channels, sampler tracks, track instruments, rack instruments, other outputs that you could just use as the input. So here we could just, again, choose track instruments, select your instrument as the audio input for the audio track. All right, so we have Conrad Hirosco saying hi, so thanks for joining us. All right, so we see just I have kind of a window over top of another window here. All right, I think I got it to disappear. Okay, so we see from Conrad, it says, have we got a long weighted stretching tool in the MIDI editor / key drum, or am I missing something? All right, so we could take our MIDI data on the project window. So if we have my MIDI data here, we can just come over here and stretch. If we want to, let's say we double click and we go into our MIDI editor. Can also just come over here. Let's switch our sizing applies time stretch. So now we can apply kind of a time stretch to the length of the notes just by switching the mode of the selection tool from normal sizing to sizing applies time stretch. All right, wonderful to see Jazz Dude on. All right, John Mooney asks, why do some instruments in HALion Sonic 7 appear with a red circle and a minus sign? So generally, when you see that, so we'll open up, let's say an instance here. So when we go to look at particular instruments, if you see in this area kind of a red circle with a little slash, that would indicate that maybe that you don't have that content for those particular instruments isn't licensed. So when you go to the Steinberg download assistant, what a lot of people do, and we could think of this as being like a store, but you should only, download and install stuff that you've actually purchased. So while everything is available to purchase in a store, not everything, it doesn't mean that when you buy one thing, if you download a lot of extra content, so let's say you come over here and I say, okay, like if I have my Cubase Pro 13 license, I could see all these different instruments, sounds, plugins are all licensed to that. Now there's a lot of other VST instruments and plugins. So let's say I want to come over here to Black Orb. So I may not, or if we get to Synergy. So there's a lot of different instruments here, but, unless you've purchased it, then, you're not, and if you don't have a license for it, then when you go to run it inside of HALion Sonic 7, it's going to show up with a red line, with a red circle and a dash across it, indicating that there's no license for it. So make sure that you've only installed content that you have purchased, and then you should see those should disappear for you. All right, so you see Daniel says, how you doing, Greg? Feeling better? So yeah, I'm feeling much better, thank you. And he says, have a great stream. Great for you to be here again. All right, great to see Jan from Stockholm. All right, so we see from Patrick, is it possible to check at a glance if Quick Link is enabled from within the project window? I want to apply changes to multiple tracks. I always have to open the mix console to check. So you could have the mix console kind of enabled here. So let's say, so if this is in the lower zone, we'll come over to, let's say, our folder tracks. Let's say if I want to come here, and let's change, I'm going to select a number of tracks, and we're going to change the routing. So and you can do this by holding down like Alt or Option plus Shift. So, if we don't have this open, so let's say I want to change these all to the left output. So, if you have the mix console window open, you could always, once you enable Alt Option plus Shift, you can see that the Q link turns on. So, but if that's not open, let's say I have an editor open, I have these tracks selected, and I change them all to the left for the output. So we look at our outputs now for all the channels. So we can now, as I go down here, so as we select, we can see that those particular channels are all kind of set. So there's no indication, but if you're looking for a visual indication, you could leave the mix console open, and then as you hit Alt or Option plus Shift, you can see that the Q link will be engaged with this icon. And if you don't see this row parameters, what you could do is just click on the 3 buttons right there, and that will indicate if the quick link is enabled. All right, so we see from Patrick says, "Hi Greg, is it possible?" Patrick asks, "I have a problem. I can only link the left stereo combined pan faders of my MIDI controller." So I think when we go to the MIDI remote, and let's say we add a stereo track. All right, so add an audio track. We'll make it. Okay. All right, so now we'll come over to, let's say, your MIDI remote. Let me just switch to mapping page for this. All right, so we'll go to, let's say, our selected track. And we'll just say pan left to right on the selected track. Okay, so we'll apply the mapping. All right, so I think we come here. All right, so let's say we do our balance panner. So the balance panner kind of works as expected. Now with the combined panner, I think what we need to do is, and I think it may not work in the generic remote, but let's go to the studio setup, and if we, or within the remote, but if we go to our stereo setup here, we could see that we could have like our VST mixer, and we'll go to select it, and as we go to standard panner, you'll see pan left right and pan left right 2. So if we come over here to select it and we say standard panner, so once you have where we see the pan left right, that would be like the left channel, and then pan left right 2, that would be the right channel. So you could do it in a generic remote, but not inside of the with the MIDI remote. So I've kind of pointed that out. So hopefully that addition will be coming to the generic for the MIDI remote as well. All right, wonderful to see Uno Memento from Finland. Thanks for joining us. Wonderful to see John Costigan from Kenosha, Wisconsin. We have Soren. He's going to drop a like and go away soon and watch the replay. Thanks for joining us. All right, so we have Ghost Magician joining us. We have Martin from Germany. Great to see you. Eric Sampson asks, would it be possible to have an overview of the whole project at the top of the mix console, like in a project view? So I will pass it along as a feature request. So, I mean, we could see, just make sure it's not, we can see the channel overview, the meter bridge. But a lot of people say, you know, I guess what you want is when we have kind of a project that we could see the project overview here, and you want that in the mix console as well. So I could pass that along as a feature request, but it's currently not available in the mix console. Wonderful to see Nick. We hope you're feeling all back to normal and feeling well. Roland Stuff says he's tuning in from Sussex, England. He's already hit the like button because he never fails to learn something new here. All right, so we have Guy Shard from Spotsylvania County, not far from me, just 2 counties away. It says Cubase Pro, no window, same computer, Sparrow MIDI controller. Works fine, automation sliders in Cubase Pro. Nuendo recognizes it too, but doesn't work on automation in Nuendo. So check to see. Let me see, just look real quickly what the Sparrow MIDI controller is, just in case so I have a better idea. Okay, so it looks like just kind of like a normal, like a 4-channel type of MIDI fader box. So make sure that, you know, within Nuendo, that if you go to your studio setup, see if it is, you know, so I'm not sure if you're using it just for to do quick controls, or if you're actually just using it for transmitting MIDI CCs. But a lot of times what could happen is if we come over here to, say, our studio setup, we could see, you know, our MIDI remote. So we can make sure that this device isn't configured for a generic remote, that these ports aren't being utilized for like a Mackie control or generic remote. So if you wanted to use it as a MIDI remote and it's the same device is configured as a generic remote or Mackie control, that could be blocking it from working as a MIDI remote or from transmitting MIDI CCs directly to the program. So I would look here. So once again, go to your studio menu, to studio setup, and make sure that you don't have the Sparrow control defined as a generic remote, Mackie control, something like that. Or if you wanted to just do straight MIDI CCs, that it's not configured in the MIDI remote as well. So, but if you could let me know, Guy, if you're just transmitting MIDI CCs with it, or if you're using it for focus quick controls, that would be helpful. All right, so we see Patrick asks, hi Greg, what's the difference between media and audio folders? Notice that track archives do not create audio folders, leading to sampler track audio files not being exported and therefore missing when importing into a different project. Okay, so when we have, we'll do a brand new project here. Okay, so we'll come over here to my MediaBay. Let's find, I'll switch to my sampler control. So we have project here. I'm going to save this. Call it. Okay, so we go to my pool window. You see that everything is blank at this point. So I'm going to drag a sample into the sampler track. We come over here, open up our pool window. We'll see our sampler track which is referencing the sample that was used in the particular project. Now, as if we want to look at this particular sample, its locations, we can see that this is going to be put into the project folder, that this is automatically been placed directly into the project folder for us. And that could be because we have the preference. If we go to editing, to audio, to copy all files to project folder. So you see what's the difference between media and audio folders. And there's that track archives do not create audio folders. So when we want to, so if we save this as a track preset, I'll come right over here and we'll say, let's save a track preset. So now I'll play this sample just so we could hear it.
I feel the way, I feel the way.
All right.
I feel the way.
All right, so we now created this. I'm going to come over here. Let's save a track preset. And we'll call it Patrick, June 11th. Okay, so now we'll come over. Let's get to our MediaBay and say, okay, I want to come over here to user presets, track preset sampler, and then we'll see our Patrick June 11th. So now I could double click and have access to that. So this way the file will always be there. So when we do so I'm not sure when you ask where the media and audio folders, and there's that track archives do not create audio folders. So what a track archive will do is, as we come over here, we could export this selected track, and we could choose to reference the media files or to copy the media files with it. And I'll put this onto my desktop, and we're going to call this Patrick June 11th. So now let's come over here to a new project. Let's import our track archive. Go to our desktop. And we'll say Patrick June 11th. And now we come over here and we can see that the sampler track is. So that way everything is, the media is automatically just loaded up for you via track preset or via a exported or exporting selected tracks. So let me know if that makes sense. All right, so you see Eric Sampson says, Greg, when I did what you did, my project horizontal zoom and location is lost, and you need to investigate what could cause that. All right, wonderful to see Robbie Bowling from Dallas, Texas. Glad you could make it. Long and loyal attendee. Appreciate your always being so loyal and attending all of the live streams. All right, so we have Razel Zamini from Denmark. Thanks for joining us. All right, so you see from Patrick, hi Greg, I found myself in a situation where my samples are organized by genres, but now I also want to combine different packs from my different genre folders, additional collections. Is there anything I could do? I found shortcut files not to work with MediaBay. So, if we come over here, so let's say we save, like as we work with our presets. So I'm not sure if you're putting the genres into different folders or you're actually tagging them in MediaBay. So we'll come over here. Let's open up MediaBay and say, okay, let's go to user content, track presets, sampler. Okay, so we see Patrick, June 11th. So once we come over here, we could just tag. So let's say at this point, I want this to be cinematic, style. I want it to be, whatever, let's say reggae dancehall, cinematic, character. Let's say, okay, I want this to be, analog, modern. So, now that I've done all of this, all that information would automatically be stored. That metadata is now written into that particular project. So let me know, Patrick, if you're actually doing kind of the different genres in different folders, or if you're applying the genres here as metadata once you have the samples set. Okay, Roland Stuff asks, I've been meaning to ask you, Greg, where is that Future Chill beat you often used to demo, please? And does Steinberg list all the VST voices, media file contents anywhere? Thanks. So I don't think that there's a list because there's probably 15,000 presets or so. But let's see if it's a Groove Agent kit. So, for content, just like an instrument, like if you buy a synthesizer, you probably don't get a description of every preset. So let's see if it's, I'll come over here and look for loops as well. So let's say, here's Future Chill. All right, so maybe it's the loop that I use in this. Yeah, so I think it's, just this loop that I kind of dragged in here. So this is just one of the, so if you, just get a MediaBay and say, okay, you want to look for loops. At this point, you could just search Future Chill and you could find all the different Future Chill loops. So it looks like it's a collection of different loops. But just kind of come right here and use the search function in the MediaBay. This one's Future Chill 02. Audio 2 Beat 03. So, but it's just going to be, so it's, one of the just stock drum loops that comes with Cubase. Okay, so Sion B asks, while editing in VariAudio, can I move the editing window to a second monitor for more space and keep editing? So yeah, so let's say if I'm here, I'm doing VariAudio editing, you'll see this little kind of arrow that points to the right and up. So we'll come over here, I'll just enable VariAudio editing. So once we do this, now it's a separate floating window, and we could place that on a second or third computer display. And to get it back, we'll see kind of the opposite, an arrow that will kind of tuck it down into the lower zone. But to take it from the lower zone, which the sample editor is set to by default, to a separate window, click on this little arrow here. And then you could drag, this will be a separate window, and you could drag that to a different display. All right, so we have Alex B. Hello, Greg, from France. Cubase 13 Pro. Is it possible to monitor the input signal on an audio channel at the same time as hearing the recorded event on the same track with the monitor button on? All right. I'm just going to reread this again. Okay, is it possible to monitor the input signal audio channel at the same time as hearing the recorded event? All right, so we're going to add an audio track here. All right, so we have an audio track, so we can hear that. Now, I'm not sure, what I think you might be asking is, if I come here, and if we want to record a different sound. All right, so I'm going to put just a quick test tone generator on my input channel. Make sure I don't blast everyone away. Okay, so if you wanted to hear like the original track and what's going to be recorded on the input, you can't hear both simultaneously. But you can obviously, so our input signal, if we wanted to monitor what we have on the input, we could do that, but it's not but it doesn't make sense to hear both. So and I'll just bring this down just a little bit, just make this a little more. So, I could hear the existing track, but if I wanted to hear what was coming on the input, I could just place the monitor right there. But it's not going to combine the two of them simultaneously. But let me know if I'm misunderstanding, Alex. All right, wonderful to see Brian Sawyer from Buellville, North Carolina. He's computer and laptop rebuilding. Good luck. I know you do IT stuff, so it shouldn't be a problem for you. All right, so John Mooney says, I think these patches are from HALion Sonic SE3. So, let me know if you could let me know perhaps an exact patch name, and we could see if it's in the content that's included or not. And also there was a MediaBay update. So if you go to open up your Steinberg download assistant, there's a MediaBay update that may have solved an issue similar to this. So you make sure that you're running the current MediaBay update as well. All right, so we have Vetrix Boy saying hi from Zurich. Thanks for joining us. And also John Mooney says the problem started after the Cubase 12 Pro update installed. So, check out the just look for the MediaBay update, and usually it's kind of automatically done as soon as you go to the Steinberg download assistant. So if you open up Steinberg download assistant, if the MediaBay needs to be updated, and that was updated just recently as well. So we'll just get this started. And then at this point, you may see if you need to update your MediaBay, you may say, okay, we're going to update your MediaBay for you. And so check that. John Koskin wants people to hit the like button. And one quick note, in June 25th, so I guess 2 weeks from today, will be our 400th live stream. So we will be doing some giveaways of software. So we'll be doing our live stream trivia. So just a heads up, 2 weeks from today. Okay, so we see John Mooney says mainly missing organ patches. Yeah, so if you let me know a particular name of an organ patch, I could see if it's with maybe one of the organ patches that's with, inside the Model C, which comes with HALion 7. All right, wonderful to see Tiago from Brazil. Okay, John Moody just has given us some of the presets that weren't working: clean drawbars, dark pipes, double pipes, etc. So let's take a look. Okay, so I don't. Okay, so clean drawbars is with the FM synth. So let's see, dark pipes. That's in FM Lab. We'll try double pipes. So again, it looks like all of those organs are inside of FM Lab. So see if you have an FM Lab license, or if you installed a trial version of FM Lab. But it looks like that's not a standard factory. That's not that that content doesn't come with Cubase. It's part of the FM Lab instrument, which is FM synthesis, which is also part of HALion 7. So let us know, John, if you have, if you have the particular, if you have FM 7, or if you have the FM Lab instrument. So yeah, and we see from John, is that a part of Cubase 12 Pro? So no, it isn't. All right, so we see request in mix console and visibility configuration to maintain zoom for each configuration. All right, so let's take a look. All right, so let's try configurations. So let's say, okay, I want to Mr. Magoo size. I'm going to add a configuration. We'll call it 1. Let's add a configuration, call it 2. And we'll go somewhere in the middle. All right, so let's see if we recall. All right, I just. Yeah, I thought it might do it maybe in the configurations, but I'll pass that along as kind of a feature request. All right, wonderful to see Jeff Sabelski from Chico, California. Glad you can make it today. All right, so Tiago has a feature request for the vocal chain is great, but it would like be nice to have the frequency EQ for more surgical EQ in the chain. So it's not going to replace every kind of high power plugin, but but you do have a lot of options. So let's come over here to the vocal chain again. So again, you do have, like, when we come over here to, the EQ, so, it's, and one of the things that people, I know in testing were wanting was to have kind of the Pultec style EQ here. So, but I'll pass that along as kind of a particular, feature request, but a lot of people will also use kind of the dynamic filters for doing, like, as we want to, a lot of people would use frequency for dynamic filtering. So, but that is a part of the vocal chain plugin as well. Daniel, his comment is, last time you recommended URC series to help with having Cubase work peacefully with the rest of my apps. So I like to use Cubase, YouTube, Stream, and record to screen mic at the same time. It says which I choose: UR22C, UR24C, UR44C, UR816C, UR22C recording pack. So it really depends how many inputs you want to record at one time. So I'm using the UR24C for my live stream, and I'll just give you an idea of how it works. So, instead of trying to share multiple resources with your instrument, with your audio interface and it kind of struggling, when we go to my audio interface outputs here, you can see that my UR24C I could use, it shows up as 3 separate audio interfaces with the same driver. Okay, so I'm using the UR24C DAW for Cubase. Now, if I wanted to have my streaming and music, so let's say YouTube, what I would do is when I'm in YouTube, I would use the UR24C streaming / music. So I could have a different audio driver, one that's for YouTube, one that's for my Cubase. So it kind of sees it as 3 different drivers, and the third driver will be so that I could record my voice. And these will all be combined. So when we go to the URC control panel, at this point we could put it into mixer mode. And what's great about this is we're going to have the ability to have effects. So I could have like a channel strip, so I could have EQ and compression, and I could record that. We could also come over here, and if we have our send effect, we could have built-in reverb. So if you wanted to monitor with reverb, and at this point I could have my 2 different audio input channels. I could bring in audio from YouTube and actually record it. I could record my voice. Then I could go to the streaming settings. So if I wanted to come over here and have duckers, at this point we could just say, okay, now I want my DAW to duck as the voice comes in. So we could have also like a multi-band compressor on the way out. So at this point, instead of having to configure very complex third-party solutions for routing audio between different applications, my one URC, and this is my UR24C, if you want to record like 2 channels, 2 microphones at once, a UR22C would be fine. If you want to record 4 microphones at once, get a UR44C. If you want to record 8 at once, get a UR816C. So, but this way each one particular audio interface will basically serve as 3, it's seen by the computer as 3 separate devices that could be used independently and together. All right. All right, so we see from Jeff Zimbelski, Greg, what's a shortcut for making a scissor cuts from the selection tool when a portion of file is highlighted? I need this feature a lot. Okay. Close out some empty projects here. Okay, so if you want to Okay, so shortcut to making end scissor cuts from the selection tool when a portion of file is highlighted. So if I come here, let's say I have a portion highlighted with the range tool. If I hit delete, that will cut out and leave empty space. If I hit or if you just hit Command X, Command or Control plus X, and if I wanted that space to have no empty space and to have this ending part immediately kind of jump to, where, to get rid of this space. So Control X gets rid of the space. If I hit Control or Command plus Shift plus X, then the rest of the file will move exactly to where it was. If you are also here, and I have the cursor, and let's say I have this file and I want the cursor to cut from this point on. If we go to edit, I think it's under functions. So if we go to edit to range, you could say cut head or cut tail. So we could now cut from the cursor, like cut the end to the cursor. Or if we want to cut the beginning to where the cursor position, we go to edit to range, and we would say cut head. So let me know if one of those makes sense for kind of what you wanted to do. Hang on 1 second. All right. All right, so we see Jason Sykes from South Shields, England. All right, Tiago asks, Greg, could you explain, please, the difference between Workspaces and Mix Console 1, 2, 3? I'm not sure about the best use for each. Okay, so Workspaces can set up different kind of scenarios. So let's say I was doing a project. All right, and in this project, I'm going to do VariAudio editing. And I want this VariAudio editing to be kind of in its own window. All right, so now I'm going to come over here and save a workspace. So then we could add workspaces globally or to the project. So I'll say VariAudio. Okay, and I know I'm going to be doing MIDI editing. Let's say on my piano part. So I want to see this in notation. So let's say I'm doing this. And let me just put it into page mode. Okay, so I'm going to add a workspace here. And we'll call this piano score. Okay, so now I'm working and I say, oh, I really, like now I hear something in the vocal. What I could do now is just come over here and we'll say, okay, we want to say, okay, I want to come to my VariAudio editor. So instead of having to open up the VariAudio editor, we can now just recall that setting with a workspace. So if I'm, in the VariAudio editor, so let's say again I go to my workspace and we say, okay, let's go to my VariAudio editor. So we could do our mix console full. So this allows you to do, to jump between. So I could look at the score for different sections. So we could think of that as different editor windows, different windows that will be laid out for us. And when we use multiple consoles, we could think that we could have the full mix console here. And then if we want to have, okay, I want one mix console that's, going to just be groups, or inputs, outputs. So I'm going to come over here to my configurations and say, okay, I just want inputs and outputs in this mix console. And for mix console 3, I want to see only virtual instruments and MIDI. So I'll just come here. So now I could have different mix consoles. If I want to see, when we come over here to our studio menu, I want to see everything in my mix console. I could now, again, come over here to mix console 1. I could say, oh, now I just want to see my virtual instruments. Now I just want to see my inputs and outputs. So different mix consoles could be used to show different types of data or different numbers of tracks. I want to see just my drums. I want to see just my vocals. You could have mix console configurations saved for those different types. So it's just thinking of 4 different scenarios of the mix consoles, whereas a workspace would allow you to save different windows and different editing configurations and window placements that aren't just tied to the mix console. So that's tied to, I want to see VariAudio, I want to see score editor, I want to see this, I want to see this, and in this particular project. So, and you could have scenarios for, okay, I want to see my control room, I want to see my editing, my routing. All those things could be quickly recalled in global workspaces that will work across different projects, or a project workspace that will work specifically in a particular project. All right, wonderful to have Pertti Komenen checking in from Finland. Thanks for joining us. All right, inactive user asks, how can I export and import all my key commands? Because I need to reset my whole computer and I don't want to set my shortcuts up from the bottom. All right, so all you have to do is, if you go to the edit menu, come over here to Profile Manager and export a profile. And then on a new computer or the newly rebuilt computer, import the profile. So you could save this to, OneDrive, to iCloud, like a, Dropbox, something like that. Save it to a USB flash drive, a portable hard disk. It's a very small file, but again, just come over to your edit menu, to Profile Manager, export the profile from your computer that you want to save, and then import that same file into your new computer that you want all the settings to be carried over to. All right, so we see from Quellen, since I updated on Cubase 13, I had problems with the loops in musical mode. The same loops I used on Cubase 12, now in musical mode, they don't adapt to the BPM the song originally was recorded. How to change the setting. Okay. Get this reopened and we'll show this quickly. All right, so there's probably one little change in the MediaBay that we need to make. Okay, so let's say my tempo here is set to 100, and let's say I'll just start this. So now when I want to go to my MediaBay, so we have a reference, and I want to audition loops. All right, now, all right, so let's say, okay, I want to look for beats. So we can see that now as I listen to this, it's not in time. But if I click on this little button, it says align beats to project. Now the loop is automatically gonna, when I drop it in, that it's automatically going to play back in project time. So once this is turned on, I drag the file in. It's automatically going to follow the tempo because it's activated musical mode when this is turned on. So if I want to take a different loop and I turn that button off there and I drag this in, it's going to play back at its original tempo. And what I would need to do to make that fit the same tempo is select the event, come here to musical mode, and now once it's in musical mode, it's going to fit. So if I take this, none of those loops are fitting. If I select both of them, place into musical mode. But now, so when you're doing this, make sure that as we go to audition, that it's set to fit to project tempo. And then everything will automatically fit. So I think probably your one mouse click away from happiness is this button. So give that a try, and that may be turned on in 12 and not in 13. So give that a try, Quellen. All right, so we have Scotty Shy says, I'm trying to get linear MIDI recording to act like audio. I'm using MIDI drum triggers and have them grouped together. But when I press record for take 2, the MIDI plays back from the audio from take 1. Okay, so let's say if we'll load up. All right, so there's different MIDI record settings. So let's come over here. Let's add. Okay. All right, so I have this in a loop. All right. So it says I'm using MIDI drum triggers, have them grouped together When I press record for take 2, the MIDI plays back the audio from take 1. Okay, so probably what you need to do is you'll see in the transport, you'll see the little MIDI icon. And what you could do is choose, if you want to do like linear or cycle recording, you could choose instead of, you could do new parts. So let's say if I'll just make this smaller and we'll do like a 2 measure. So okay, so we'll go through different MIDI record modes here. So we're going to say, okay, I'm going to put new parts. So I'll record a note here. All right, so now when I record. All right, so, and what we've done is we had this set to new parts. Now, if we want to replace, I can just come over here. So we could kind of replace, but probably if you wanted to do like different takes, I would place this into stacked when we're in cycle record. So let's put it into stacked. So now I could do, let me just put it in record. And so now we could, there's my last take. I want to come over here. Let's listen to the second take. And then we could also listen to the first take. So I could just come over here and switch. So, you know, check and experiment with your different, and if you don't want any of the previous takes to be muted, you could do that, but probably put it into cycle MIDI recording and place it in stacked, and that will do more like an audio comping style for your MIDI. All right, inactive user question. And how can I export all my export/import all my effects preset chains that I saved in Cubase? And again, this would be included with your profile manager. So again, go to your edit menu, profile manager, export, import, just like the key commands. All right, wonderful to see you, Val, just stopping by. He's gonna stop in for a second and rewatch later. Always wonderful to have you on from Vienna. All right, and we see from Scotty, he says, I need a MIDI to act like audio and create a new lane without playing back the audio from the first lane. I'm using Groove Agent 5 mostly for drum sound. So yeah, when we do this, now we can see that each of those that we just did was created into a new lane. So come over here, place it into stacked for the record mode. All right, Quellen asks, in the work pool, all my loops are shown as double BPM. Example is recorded on 90 BPM in a project in music mode. The have 180 instead of 90 BPM playing in musical mode. How to change this? All right, so usually the audio file, so let's come over here. Let's say we'll go back to a drum beat here. So let's say our drum loop we look at here is 67 beats a minute. Okay, so this is our 90s hip hop. All right, so we don't have, so I drag that in at 67 beats per minute. I go to the pool window. All right, so we see our 90s, and then we could still see kind of the original tempo here. So the original tempo of the, the source tempo of the audio file is always going to be shown. And, Cubase, once this is in musical mode, so let's say I select this particular event, and, when we place it in musical mode, it's not going to change the original tempo here. Will always be preserved. So I'm not sure, if you're expecting it, it's not going to show the project tempo here, but the original tempo of the audio file. If we let's say we change our tempo here to 100 beats per minute, and I select this file, let's do a render in place. All right, and we'll just give it a quick All right, so we'll render it. And now that file, when we go to the pool, our tempo is 100 beats per minute. And then we see our June 11th render is 100 beats per minute, just there. So, the original tempo will always be shown reflected in the pool, and not the tempo of the pool. So, but let me know if I'm misunderstanding, Quellen. All right, Scotty Shy asks, second question is how to get the lanes to show up in different colors so my artist can see them and differentiate which take is which. Okay, so I don't think that the lane, let's see if we could do the events as different colors. So you could see that we could change the colors like that. So if we select the actual events and change the colors of the events, then each lane could be different colors as you see fit. All right, so we see from Hoy Boy, hi Greg, greetings from LA. Is there a way to assign a key command to select all events on lane when I'm working with MIDI CC? So let's come over here. Let's just add. So I'm not sure if you want to select, let's come over here. Okay, and let's come over here and put, let's say we have expression. And modulation. All right, so one way of so I'm not sure if you want to select like all, so if you want to select all CCs, one of the things you could do is hold down, double click while holding down shift. See, I know the notes, we come here, let me just make this larger. So I'm not sure if you want to select like all the notes from this particular point, or you want to select all CCs or a particular CC. So I know we could do, if it's the same pitch, we can shift double click there, or if you want all right, I think that there's I thought there was like a shift double click. So I thought that there was like if you shift double clicked on the first event, that it would select all of the events, and it will do it like if we have the same pitch here, that it will do it for all. I mean, you can always do the lasso, or if you want to select, you could always come over here. If you go to MIDI to list editor, and we can say, okay, I wanted to go to my controller 1. We can say we want to filter event types and subtypes. So we can say, okay, now I'm only seeing controller 1. You can do select all. And let's see if that selection is maintained if we jump back to our key editor. So it is. So you could, I thought that there was a shift double click to do that. But let me know if it's a particular, like you want to select only one lane, all lanes, all MIDI. But again, if I wanted to come here, we could go quickly to the list editor. And here we'll just say no focus. And I can say, okay, I want to go to controller 11. And then we get into focus area. And if you don't see the focus, you might have to turn it on, but at this point you can say event types and subtype, and then I'm only seeing CC11, select all, go back to your key editor, and then you could select, but you could always just kind of draw a lasso around the events. But if it's like a super long event, consider going into the list editor. Select one of the particular events and say focus, event types and subtypes, Control or Command plus A, And then you could go back to your key editor. That selection will remain, and then you could delete it or whatever you want. All right, Daniel asks, thanks, bro, the UR24C. It is, and it's not even that expensive. Would also help with playing MIDI keyboard. I know audio interfaces have something to do with that too. So it has a MIDI input and output port. Most MIDI controllers will have USB. So if you have a MIDI keyboard that you don't want to connect to your computer via USB, you could connect it directly into the MIDI input and output ports. All right, so we see John Mooney says, Jazz Dude, I deleted FM using Library Manager. It would be helpful if Download Manager only showed the content that you are licensed to use. So, it does. So, think of it like a store is, like if you go to Amazon, you can see everything that's available there. But when you are using the Steinberg Download Assistant, if you go to your My Products, that shows you everything that you are licensed to use. So just if other people run into this, don't explore and assume that everything else is free. As soon as you enter your download access code, you see My Product Downloads, and there everything that you've had the license for that you put in there will automatically show up for you right there. So just look in your My Products download, and then that should help from downloading unlicensed content. But I think the FM Lab is a wonderful instrument, so check it out. All right, so we see Future Chill doesn't seem to be part of the stock drum loops that came with Cubase Pro 13. At least I didn't have it in my MediaBay, and I installed all the extra content that comes with Cubase 13 Pro. So let me see if I can find what library it's in. I do have a couple extra libraries, but I think it is. Okay, so we'll come over here. Let's just see if we can find which category it's in. I'll see if I can figure out which library it's coming from. Sorry, maybe someone else can check to see if they have that. All right, Daniel asks, do you use 2 monitors? Is it better that way? Like have the other one for mixing or something? So, I'm currently using kind of one large 27-inch screen, but for years I had 2 different screens. I had a kind of a one for the project window and one for using the mix console. So that's pretty common. So if you could have 2 screens, I think most people tend to like having multiple screens that have it. Just logistically in my office, it just kind of made more sense to have just kind of a single screen. So, but if you have 2 screens, I think it's great. I have a friend in Nashville has, I think, 9 or 11 different screens. It's pretty cool. Sorry, my chat field just jumped. All right, so we have from Arian Villegas, says Cubase 12. A friend sent me some multi-track I mixed down to MP3, and a track is off key, meaning between 2 notes. What do you think I'm doing wrong? By the way, I didn't change anything. So it probably sounds like a sample rate mismatch. So, maybe the project was at 48K and you did your export at 44.1 or vice versa. So make sure you could check out what the sample rate of the audio file is by going into the pool. So as we come over here, you can see under the info category what the sample rate is, and make sure that your project, if you go to your project menu to project setup, that is set to the same sample rate, and that when you go to your export audio mixdown, that is set to the same sample rate. So probably a sample rate mismatch. It's happened to some of the best engineers in the world. Don't feel bad. All right, so you see from Quellen says the musical mode says that the loop is recorded in the double tempo that it really was. For example, 90 BPM will result as recorded at 180 BPM. I have to write every time into the project pool the BPM. So, is it like just particular loops? Some people may interpret, the tempo being, you may define the tempo. So if it's a loop that someone has made, maybe, the person creating the loop put that tempo, that BPM value in. But let me know if it's like a loop that you're getting from Cubase or a loop from somewhere else. But if the origin tempo of the loop is, is different than what you're expecting, then it's, a discrepancy with the person that created that metadata of the loop. All right, so we see from, and also from Quellen, it says on Align Beats, it's the wrong BPM because it says it's recorded in 180 BPM and not in 90 BPM. With every loop that I have, it is like this. So, check to make sure, so if all of the loops here that come with Cubase exhibit the same behavior, so it seems strange it's all double, BPM. So, and I also wonder maybe if it's, are you running it 192K versus 48K or 96K? Also, if the sample rate of the project was different, would that make a difference as well? Okay, Ravi asks, greetings, Greg. Is there a shortcut key to move selected tracks up or down? So there isn't one. You have to kind of manually move it. If you want to move events up or down, there's a keyboard shortcut, and you would see this under the nudge category. You would see down and up. So those could, those key commands could move an event up or down, but not the track itself. The track itself has to be manually moved. Okay, Uno Momento wants people to whack the like button. All right, so we see from Scotty Shy says, also I'm not talking about loop mode. When I press record from the start, it works as it should in loop mode. For some reason, there's a distinction that this is only in cycled record mode. So try putting it in stacked and stop the loop and, and see if you can make that work for you. But for some reason, that's a different behavior that is only works when it's in cycled MIDI recording. So I don't know a good reason why it's limited to just being in cycle. All right, so we see from Harry Dime, how can I fine-tune automation easily? Usually I press the right button and do an automation live and then go back to fine-tune it. Can you show a practical way of fine-tuning automation? Okay, so, it could really depend on, so there's different approaches to fine tuning. So let's come over here. So say if I wanted to fine tune automation on this, I'm going to go to my MIDI remote. And let's put this on mixer. All right, so I'm going to find okay, so I want to do automation on my bass part here. So let's say at this point. So I'm going to automate. I'm going to click on the W button to write the automation. All right, so I've written some automation in, and I'm just going to change some of the automation settings so we can see it a little easier. If you hit F6, I'm going to not show the data here. So, all right, so at this point, we can see that we have automation. Now, maybe I want it to gradually fade up here. And so one of the things I could do is maybe just grab this point, and if I wanted to just have, I could say, okay, I want take these points and we'll delete, and then I could just kind of do a particular fade. And as we select the different automation nodes, we could actually see what the value is here. So if I wanted to go from -22 instead of -22.5 -0.1. I could just type in a value, say -22. And at this point, I can say I want this automation node to go exactly to where, to exactly the downbeat of 16. So now we could come over here and have that kind of snap to that particular value. If we also wanted to come over here and say, oh, I wanted this all a little louder or softer, we can grab the upper center area. If I wanted to compress the automation or kind of make the changes more different, more contrast, we could grab the right center edge. I could also kind of tilt this automation here, tilt the automation down. And then we could also add different Bezier curves if we wanted to as well. So we could do stuff like that, and that's how you could kind of fine tune some automation. But let me know if there's something else you're kind of looking for, but you could write the automation in and then really kind of tweak to your heart's delight. See from inactive users is perfect. It's all in one file, and I don't need to save 15 different files. Thanks for helping me out, Greg. So you're welcome. All right, Harry Dime asks, is there a way to show all note names and all the keys in the MIDI editor? Okay, so let's say it really could depend upon your vertical zoom setting. So as we can see all the note names here, and as we kind of zoom vertically, let's say we make it larger, we can see the note names, but at a certain point we zoom, so we can still see the note names on each of the notes, still at that point, but much smaller. The note names will disappear. So just try to increase the vertical zoom, and then all the note names will appear on a particular note to a point where you couldn't really read it legibly. It would just kind of be more visually annoying. So just adjust the vertical zoom, and the note names will appear on the notes themselves. All right, Lyndon Aguilar asks, Greg, can you show us can you show us how you step input odd groupings like 5/16 notes, 7/16 notes per beat in Cubase? Okay, so let's create. Okay, so I'm gonna now come over to all right, we're going to enter our step entry. So we see these 6 blocks that look like we're going up steps. And then when we do this, we want to open up our quantize panel. So we're going to say, okay, I want this to be 16th notes. And then we also see tuplets here. So I want to say 5. Okay. And we may want to, let's see if we set this to 8ths. Okay. So now as I put in, so we're going to put in 8th note quintuplets. All right, so as we look at this, we can see that we have 5 notes in. All right, so I'll just. All right, so I'm going to put in 5 notes. So 10 notes, so that's our quintuplets. So we put in quintuplets there. So let's put in, instead of quintuplets, next I want to put in septuplets. And now let's say I'll undo the last note and I want to put in straight 8th notes. So we're going to take our tuplets, set it to off. So now we'll put in, again, let's say a quarter note, and it's change your tuplet factor here. Let's say to 5. And we'll start on measure 3. So just come over here and change. So as we listen to this, we can see that we're going to have 16th note quintuplets, 16th note septuplets, 8th notes, and then quarter note quintuplets. So it's really, when you come over here, just change the tuplet factor. And at this point, we can just step input those various values. So just change your tuplet. So if you need to put in 11 tuplets or 17 tuplets, stuff like that, you could do it. So let me know if that's helpful for you, Lyndon. All right, so inactive user, is there a way to quickly change the buffer size in Cubase? So, the buffer size is generally handled by the audio interface, but if you go to your studio menu to studio setup, select the audio interface, go to control panel, and then you can change the buffer size. So studio menu, studio setup, select the audio interface, control panel, and then the buffer size should show up there. There may be 1 or 2 audio interfaces whose control panel doesn't show up and you have to do it outside of Cubase. But it's kind of outside of our realm. All right, so we see from Quellen says the example you made, if I do this, like your example, I'll get shown double BPM in a pool. I'm talking about an error that I have since I updated Cubase 13. Every loop in musical mode is too slow because the double tempo in the work pool. Your example with 100 BPM a work pool will get shown 200 BPM. All right, so it says, so if I adopt this on musical mode on a project, 88 BPM, and I will adopt a loop at 200 BPM, but originally the loop is at 100 BPM, I get half-time beat on the project I'm working on in musical mode. So what happens, Quellen? Tell me if we do a brand new project. All right, so let's say our tempo, we will set to 89 beats a minute, and we record an audio file. Answer me, if you could answer me this might be interesting to know, and just record, and then look in the pool and tell me if the tempo for the audio file you recorded matches the tempo of the project. So if you could let me know that, Quellen, that'd be great to know for my end. All right, Harry Dime asks, sometimes when I change the velocity of MIDI notes, it doesn't change the playback velocity of notes, and sometimes it does. Is this some kind of a bug? I'm using Cubase 11 Pro. So it depends on if the instrument responds to velocity. So if I come and let's listen to HALion Sonic, and I'll load up just a quick like drum. All right, so let me just load up more of a. Okay, so say we load up a mono rock kit here. So I hit it at softer velocity, and I'll just kind of paint a note in here. Okay, so let's put in, let's say, some snares on quarter notes. And we'll adjust the velocities on these notes here. All right, so I'll switch to velocity, and then we'll gradually get these louder. So let's grab my line tool. Okay, so now we listen to this. All right, so we can hear that that's getting louder and softer. Now, if we change the instrument, let's say to a cello, and we have this on, let's say, a legato patch. We hear the same volume for each of the notes. So I'll make it a little louder so it's easier to hear. So some instruments will get their dynamics from a different source, not velocity. So if I come now, let's add, I think if we add a modulation, so like a lot of string instruments, their dynamics are controlled by modulation. So if I wanted to come here, and let's just have this kind of fade down, that now so we can see that the dynamics of like a lot of string patches that are like sustained, where it's intended that the dynamics can change in the middle of a note. So while a note is sounding, that the dynamics can, you know, if we have a long note that's held. So let's come over here. I'll just show an example of that. So I put a note in here, and we're going to extend this note out. And then, so what you don't get with drums is you hit the drum and the sound decays. But a string, to make it more realistic, we could take the string and have it get louder and then softer on the same note. So we can hear this get softer. So you know, if I have just velocity, the velocity on this particular sound isn't going to be applicable. But if I have it for drums, it will be. Most of the time, it's going to be velocity that determines how loud each note sounds. But some patches, like, you know, more orchestral instruments, may not respond to velocity because they're going to respond to controllers so that they can mimic the natural dynamics of the original instrument. All right, so we see just kind of follow-up question, follow-up point. All right, let me, and then my chat field jumped. All right, so we see just follow-up from the earlier question on selecting like the MIDI CC data all on one lane. So let me just see if there's, okay, so if we, sorry for being dense about this, but it looks like if you just kind of right click, you can say select all events on this lane. So if you need to do it just for one particular area, so let's say if we add main volume here, right click in the lane, select all events on this lane. So, and that will select all the MIDI CC 7, but not our CC1 or notes. So again, right click, select all events in the lane. But let me see if there's a key command for that, which I guess was the original question. Yes, I don't think that there's a keyboard shortcut for that, so sorry about that. I'll mention that as a possible future addition. All right, so we see, hi, is there any way to change the tempo stretch without using the tempo track? So I'm not sure if you want to do like kind of a drawn out, like almost like a needle drop type thing. So let's take a quick look. All right, so say if I have something like this on, so let's say you don't want to use the tempo track, and we have, all right, and if we wanted to just stretch that out, so, you know, one of the things you could do is just, if you want to do change your sizing, your selection tool to sizing applies time stretch, and then you could just kind of take that, and if you want, you could also, if we select the event, go to audio to processes, We could do a time stretch here. And you could choose to have different, if you wanted that to be kind of like in tape, or if you wanted that to be in time. So we could do different offline processing, but if you could let me know like why you don't want to do the tempo, that would be helpful, because you could do it very quickly in tempo and then go back to the original tempo if you wanted to. All right. All right, so we see from inactive user, when I create send channels, do I use a bus track or an effects track? And then which slider should I use to set up the amount of processing? The one on the bus, effects channel, or the one in the sends? Okay. All right, let me just find something without processing on it. Okay, so I have this. I generally use effects channels, so I'm going to add an effects channel to this track, and I want to put a reverb on. Okay, so let's put just a revelation on. Now, this kind of works. We can think of this as kind of two different ways of working. So let's say I go over to my effects end. I can see that my vocal channel, when we go to our sends, my vocal channel is sending out to my reverb. Okay. So now we do this, we're going to hear. All right. So we hear the reverb pretty obviously. So, but if I have the effects return all the way down, it's dry. So most people leave the effects return at 0 dB, and then they will use the sends to blend the amount of the dry signal with the affected signal. So we can think of this side as being dry, this being wet. So now I could just kind of come over here, and as I move this to the right, we hear more reverb. And then you want to find kind of the sweet spot. So if you're in your 80s, you would probably make it sound like this. Now a lot of productions are much drier. So, you know, if it's kind of a combination of the two. So if I send this all the way over, but this is down, it's not going to make much of a difference. So generally, you know, kind of, you know, and at times you go, oh, I just have way too much reverb on 1400 tracks. Then you could bring this down a bit, and that would globally bring down your reverb. But try to leave this kind of default at 0 dB and use the effect sends to determine how much dry to wet ratio you want of that signal being sent. And we call these sends because it used to be that you would take this signal, send it into a different room with a speaker and a microphone, and then re-record and blend that signal back in, because different studios would have echo chambers, and different rooms were very famous. So Capitol Records Abbey Road, all the classic studios have wonderful echo chambers, and they would just send a microphone, send a signal to a speaker, and place a microphone in the room, move the microphone if they wanted it closer to the speaker for less distance. So you could just kind of come over here, and this is kind of mimicking the same thing, but we're just sending from the track and blending the dry signal directly to the effects channel, and just do it to taste and what sounds great. All right, so a question from Fadi Girgis. Hi, Greg. Why panning disappears from audio tracks when I grouped them? All right. Probably because we sent it to a mono group. So I'm going to add a number of audio tracks. Okay, so I'm going to take these audio tracks. Move this out of the way. I'm going to take these audio tracks, and I'm going to send them to a group. So right now, I'm going to send it to a mono group. So I hit add track, and we notice that our group is mono, and then our tracks can be set. So make sure that when you add a group channel to the selected, that you want to set the output channel, set it so that it's going to be in stereo, and then you'll notice that your tracks panning won't change. So make sure that you send it to a stereo group as opposed to a mono group. All right, wonderful to see Best Korean Jesus. Been a while since we've seen you poke in. Glad you can make it today. All right, so we see from inactive user, how can I use noise reduction on vocals in Cubase, like a noise print, and then reduce the background noise? I don't want to use a gate. So there isn't like a noise print function inside of Cubase. If you have like Spectral Layers 1, you get Spectral Layers 1, but if you get Spectral Layers Pro, we could now come over. So let's say we go to Spectral Layers, and at this point within the Pro version, and I think maybe even the Elements, that you could find just an isolated bit of noise. And then when you go to process, we could just come over and say noise reduction, and then you could register the noise and then be able to cure it. But there isn't anything that's built into Cubase with kind of noise reduction like that. But if you get Spectral Layers Pro, you can. Okay, so Best Green Jesus asks a question, how to have MediaBay save the display settings of category shown, example rating, key sample rate. All right, so let's say we jump over to the full MediaBay. So I'm not sure if there's a kind of like preset categories for MediaBay, but let's come over here. Okay, so we'll search for attributes. So let's say you want to do okay, so let's say you want to do key sample rate. So I think that these settings will stick. Okay, so let's say sample rate, and let's say key. And let's say rating here. Okay, so let's see if we go to a different project. I'll close this one. Let's go to this project, activate it. And let's see if those same settings stick. So rating, key, sample rate. So I think that these settings stick until they're changed. So let's do a new project. We'll create an empty project. And now we open up MediaBay, and those attributes are still preserved. So I think once you do that, those are preserved for you. Wonderful CJ from Secret Studios. All right, so we see, and Jay asks, hi Greg, says, I'm checking out the current sale, and I'm wondering if there's any way to have a trial of Embody Immerse Virtual Studio. I want to see if any of my headphones have native support. So I think you can get a trial version from Embody themselves, but let's see if we could show like which headphones are natively supported. I thought I had it installed. Let me just. Okay. So you can see different AKG models. These. Audio Technica. Bayer. Sennheiser. Sony. Apple. And then just kind of generic closed back, open back, generic in-ear monitor, and generic Model X. So those are the ones that are supported. All right, so we see from Donnie who asks, hi Greg, is there a quicker way to select multiple in-front parts on a MIDI track laid across the timeline other than clicking on each part? Lassoing MIDI parts also selects its lanes. Thanks. All right. Take a quick look, see if we can figure something out. Okay, so let's move those. We see the originals there. Now let's say if we lasso, it's going to move, select everything. So I'm going to just come over here, hold down the shift key. So I'm not sure if you're doing it across multiple parts or one track, but it could be like the shift key plus the arrow. Let's see what that does. So if you're doing it on one single track, instead of having to select each one, if you hold down the shift key, you can come over here and move those particular tracks. So maybe, you know, to be faster than clicking is just to select one and then hold down the shift key and use the left and right arrows to select other events on that track. But I'm not sure if you have spread across different tracks or not, but you could give that a try. Let me know if it makes any sense for you. Let's see, Harry Dime says the answer about the automation and fine-tuning was very helpful. Thanks. All right, wonderful to see Benny from Sweden. Glad you can make it. All right, sorry, my chat field jumped. Let me try to find my spot. I can see Michael Teams has made it. Okay, so we see from Yasin, hi Mr. Greg, please, how to quickly test in context of a rhythm, multiple kick drums, and groove agent. Okay, so if we want to audition different kicks, okay, so we're going to want to use a beat agent kit. So we'll come over here. Okay. So let's say we're playing a pattern and we want to audition different kicks. Find. Okay, so let's say I want to take. Okay, so I want to take this and I'm going to select the kick drum pad. So what I want to do is we're going to open up this little arrow and we'll go to instruments and say, okay, I want to find, you know, drum and percussion, and I want this to be all right, let me just close that out. So we're going to say category, drum and percussion, and we want to say kick drum. And we're going to select all here. I'll just. Oh, sorry, we'll go to factory. All right, so again, category, drum and percussion. Let's say kick drum. Now we see all of our kicks. So I'm going to play this. I select this pattern, and now all right, let me just make sure. right, I'll try this again. So now when I just double click, then I could audition while it's playing. My different samples. Just like that. So again, once you have the source playing, select the pad and the instrument. Come over here. We want to select instruments. You could go to category, look for kick drums, and then this will automatically replace the sound in the highlighted pad. All right, Daddy Danny asks, I can't record CC1 and CC11 on my MIDI controller. It works by using automation only. But when I set MIDI CC on my MIDI keyboard mod wheel, it records all the modulation and expression. Any help? Okay, so it sounds like, do you have those controllers? So when you come over, go to the MIDI track and let's see what's actually coming in. So sometimes what happens is if you have that device set up as a MIDI remote, or if you have those controls that are set up make sure that you don't have it set up for like a generic remote or Mackie remote, so that those MIDI messages aren't trying to be translated to control other functions in the program. So one easy way to determine is if we come over here and you'll see on the inspector MIDI inserts, and there's a MIDI insert called a MIDI monitor. So we're going to, as soon as I move my mod wheel on my controller, I could see that this is accepting the MIDI information. If I move my pitch bend wheel, it's accepting it. So if your controller and these controls are set up to do other functions in the MIDI remote or generic remote, that information is going to be blocked from transmitting normal MIDI CCs. So make sure that you don't have CC1 and CC11 in your MIDI controller doing that. And if it's only working in automation, if you come over here to your MIDI menu to CC automation setup, make sure that you record destination on conflict, that you have this set to MIDI part. So for those two controls, you may want to, instead of using global settings, to set those again here to MIDI part. So again, just as opposed to an automation track, so you could do that for those two particular controls there. So give that a try. See, Best Green Jesus says, man, I miss these live streams. We miss having you join us. JVI says, evening, Greg. Thanks for the hangouts, and never ceases to amaze me how much I learned from other people's questions. Me too. Yes, I've learned a lot. I've gotten lots of Cubase questions over the years. So wonderful to see Michael Teams from Weatherford, Texas. He says he's having heavy weather there. So hope you're safe from the weather. All right, so we see from Quellen says, when I press record, it'll record in the BPM in a project that I set. All right, but the problem is I can't pre-listen nothing in musical mode because everything in a MediaBay is detected in the double tempo of the real recording. So are you, Quellen, if you could let me know. So, I mean, obviously it's something kind of, I think, systemic to your system. Are you, what sample rate are you using? Are you using 44.1 or 48K, or is your audio interface set to 96K or 192K? So I don't think that there's any settings in Cubase 12 or 13 that would make your MediaBay report double the tempo. But if, check to make sure, if you could let us know, check the sample rate of your audio interface, not what's set in Cubase. That would be helpful as well. Make sure that the sample rate of your audio interface and Cubase are aligned. All right, wonderful to see Jazzy Lamel. So we see inactive user says Cubase has its own delay with integrated ducking feature, but has Cubase the same ducking feature for reverb? I didn't found it. Maybe if it exists. So you can kind of do it manually, but using a compressor. Let me just try. I usually mess this up, the order of it, but we'll give it a shot.
Ooh, yeah. Hey.
All right, so we're going to send this to a effects channel track. All right, so now we have. All right, so on the effects channel track, I usually get this mixed up, so apologize if I stumble on this. So we'll place a compressor. We'll just do, say, our standard compressor. And we'll activate, I think we put the compressor first. Let's activate the side chain, and we're going to set it to the vocals. So, and let me just try flipping the order of. Yeah, so if you put the compressor after the reverb. So once again, add the effects channel, and on the effects channel, we could open up the effects channel, and that will basically show you the reverb as the insert. Place a compressor after it, or gate, whatever you wanted to sidechain. On that compressor, activate sidechaining from the original source, and then we could just simply gate, kind of duck the reverb. So, and you can play around with different dynamics like that. So, right, reading through comments. All right, Bratman Studio says, morning, Greg. Can you demo using a sidechain, example, drums and a sidechain of a gate so that a pad sound is modulated, affected by the gate, as in making a comp pattern like the old 80s synth tracks? All right, so let's find kind of, I'll remove all these tracks here. Okay. Okay, so now we want to find like a gate and have that gate kind of open up based upon the feel of this. So let's find like a pad sound. Okay, so I want to use that pad there. All right, so let's come over here. And let's, I think we could probably even do maybe just a gate. All right, and let's set our threshold. I'm going to adjust or release more. So again, if we took this off, we just hear. So once again, to get that set up, you want to take like the drum loop, which is the rhythm. We're going to take like a pad sound, pretty typical. On that pad sound, on the inserts, I just put the noise gate. In the noise gate, I activated sidechain and I told it to use the pad, and then you could adjust kind of the parameters there. So if you want it longer, shorter. You want it to last longer or be shorter. Adjust the attack. So you can do all sorts of creative 80s gating tricks. So let me know if that's helpful. Oh, wonderful to see Gareth on. Glad you can make it. So I see, do you want some stems, Greg? Yes, I would love to have stems for future live streams. All right. All right, so wonderful that Stefan from Sweden could join us. Glad you could make it. All right, so we see Jay from Secret Studio says, Greg, thanks so much, brother. I appreciate you. Thanks for joining us. All right, so we see how can I make a logical editor and select beat 3 on first bar, select beat 4 on second bar of 2-bar cycle. The 2-bar cycle can anywhere on the timeline, no specific bar location. Thank you. All right, so we'll give it a shot. Okay, so let's take a look, see if I can figure this out. All right, so it says a 2-bar cycle. Okay. Okay, so we want to select notes and let's choose their position. All right, so see. So I think that we can do kind of like inside bar range. Let's. All right, I'll give it a shot. So let's say, okay, we want to do. All right, so if I do this, then. So usually you could do kind of within a bar setting, but not necessarily within like a 2-bar loop. I could select within the loop. Let me just remove this and see if. Okay. So we have that. Let's make it a little larger to see. So we got the third note selected. Okay, so now we'll have no notes selected. So I could do it for like this particular note, but it's not necessarily going to carry over to other measures. So I can see the position is equal to like this very specific time, but that's not going to work in measures 3 or 5. I set the range. We choose cycle, we can't do it. So if I do like, if we're doing 2 bars, I would have to specify the exact measure of the notes. Because I could do equal to those particular values. But this won't necessarily, when I come to this, it's not going to select the second beat and fourth beat, or third beat and fourth beat of 2 separate measures. But let me know if it's going to be always the same amount of notes or if there's different notes, because we could also do counters and say select every 4th note, select every 7th note. But if you have different rhythms going on, that would mess that up and it would not work that way. But if it's going to be the same consistent rhythm, we could probably do like every 4th or 7th note. So let me know in your scenario, Donnie, if it's actually tied to like if the rhythm is going to be consistent throughout the scenario. Okay, Michael, Teams wants everyone to whack the like button. All right, JVI has a question. In the MIDI logical editor, there are presets like all velocity 100. How could I see what commands were used to create the macro? So all you need to do is open up the logical editor, go to setup, and then you could open up the preset here, go to factory presets, and say, okay, note velocity. And you could say, okay, I want to compress the velocity higher than 100. And then you could come over here and check out the different presets. This will get you a lot of different ways of using the presets and see what they do and see what settings are used. This way we could just kind of backward engineer and figure out kind of the logic of those. So open up, go to MIDI, to logical editor, go to setup, and then at the top open up the preset that you want to see how they do that, and then you'll see kind of behind the scenes of what they did to make that logical editor preset happen. All right, Suede TV and Recording Studio asks, hi Greg, may I please understand the benefit of time warping versus quantizing an audio event if the tempo of the player is slightly off tempo from time to time? Example, an acoustic guitar. Thanks in advance. All right, so if we're going to be doing kind of time warping, so let's say we're looking at our audio file here and we go to free warp. So I'm going to go to my warp menu here and we choose free warp. First, I will go to my audio menu and I want to have some warp markers. So I'm going to select the event, go to audio to real-time processing. I say create warp markers from hit points. And now when we select our free warp tool, we can see all of our warp markers. So when we do a quantize, so if we come over here and we open up our quantize panel, we could edit to your quantize panel. Here we have the option of doing audio warp as well. So I could say, I want to quantize this to 16th notes. All right, so if everything was going to be a 16th note off, this is fine. So, but sometimes you may have a guitar part that's a triplet, you know, where you go da 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 bum 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 bum. So if you applied to quantize, when you quantize, everything would be kind of shifted to the same rhythmic value. Whereas, so if I come over here and I choose to quantize the audio event, as I do this, we can see the events shifting all to the same common rhythmic value. Sometimes when we do free warp, what we could do is move one of the notes that are slightly out of time without necessarily having to affect the feel of the others. So if I would say if something was just, you know, everything was played in 8th notes or 16th notes and the performance wasn't very tight, and the musical part is set for 8ths and 16ths and it's pretty rhythmically steady with no mixed tuplets, then probably quantizing is okay. If you have like one note that's a little early or a little late, then I would probably just do free warping. And that way, if you have kind of, you know, mixed rhythmic values, you don't have to worry about every single note possibly changing, just the ones that you kind of highlight. So a lot of times when I do quantizing, I think of quantizing as, you know, what I hear. When I do vocal tuning is if something bothers my ear, then I fix it. So, but if everything in the performance needs to be tightened to the grid and it's a steady grid, quantizing is fine. If you want to just take, you know, there's an entrance that was just a little late or a little early, then free warping is a great solution for that. So I hope that helps, and wonderful to see you on Suede TV in studio. All right, so we see from Jazzy Lamel says, hey Greg, can you go over some tips and tricks on how to effectively use the vocal chain? Okay. Let me just see if I have this one project open. All right, so the vocal chain is basically going to be like a whole suite of plugins for vocal processing. So, you know, and often vocal processing is going to be a lot of little different tweaks without having such broad strokes. So let's say I want to come here to this project. Let me just clear my throat real quick, hang on. So now I want to, we'll clear processing on this file here. All right, so let's say we'll listen to our vocal.
What did you say?
All right, so I'm gonna switch this to like a stereo track. And let's open up the vocal chain. All right, so let's say I want to do like a low cut filter.
You were the party, the big event. I was.
All right, now we could put in noise gate, so it's at our threshold here lower.
Now I'm uninvited. I'm on the outside looking in. You put the clothes
Let's add a little bit of delay.
On your heart. All the lights went out and it got dark. Where do I go from here? Where do I go from here? Where do I go from here? I'm uninvited.
Let's add a little reverb.
Thought I would be.
All right, let's add a little de-esser.
The very last one to leave. I plan on loving you forever.
All right, let's do some EQ.
Didn't you see the way I looked at you? I fell right through. I'd do it all for you. Now I'm
Let's add maybe a little exciter. Let's do a little compression.
I'm on the outside looking in.
And I could actually kind of switch my EQs if I wanted more of a Pultec EQ.
On your heart, all the lights went out and it got dark. Where do I go from here? Where do I go from here? Where do I go from here? I'm uninvited.
We could also add a bit of dynamic filters. So instead of having to,
put the close sign up,
and there's a wonderful presets to work with.
Lights went out and it got dark. Where do I go from here? Where do I go from here? Where do I go from here?
So instead of having to have like 18 different plugins, you could do pretty much all of your vocal processing in one single track. So that's the beauty of the vocal chain. All right, so we see from Omar just asking if there's an official page in Spanish, please. So the live streams, I think you could actually put the closed captioning in different languages. But everything that I studied Spanish in high school, so I have too much respect for the language to butcher it too much. But you know, all the live streams are going to be in English, unfortunately. See Garrett's getting some stems prepped. See Bratman Studio says gate trick sidechain, very cool, very helpful, thank you. I haven't done that trick in a while. Harry Dime just says, I cannot find the Logical Editor Factory presets for some reason. Is there a way to reinstate them? Let's take a quick look. If you want to email me at clubcubase@steinberg.de, I'd be happy to send the presets to you. But see if sometimes there's a... you know, so it could be sometimes, hang on. Sometimes reinstalling may do the trick, but if you want to email me at clubcubase@steinberg.de, I'd probably be able to email out the presets to you. All right, so we see, hi Greg, if I import an MP3 of an audio file, can I use Cubase to line up parts that I will add to the song so that everything lines up in proper time? Yeah, so definitely you could do that. And I'll show you just a trick. So if we have like just a project in, so we'll come over here, we'll create empty. So let's say I have like my 2-track, you know, one of the things you want to do is obviously kind of find the tempo. So we'll come over here, let's import an audio file. Okay, so let's say now we have our file in the project. So, and a lot of times when you do this, you realize that there's a good chance that the tempo, like when you want to add other parts, having the tempo figured out is good. So let's say there's no correlation here between the tempo and the track. So what I can do is I'm going to select this event. If we go to our project menu and we'll say tempo detection. And now we've determined the tempo of the track. So that at this point we could just, and once you do the tempo detection, we can say, we have a pickup note. It's going to kind of place everything in 1/4. And at this point, we'll have like pickup notes. So if I wanted to put a drum loop on top of that, I could just come over here, even if it's at a completely different tempo. I could drag that loop and place it into musical mode, and that loop is automatically going to fit. So that's what you could do, but you definitely just kind of drop in different tempos very easily. And do the tempo detection for your MP3. All right, M. Timothy Samarin asks, I found out that if the control room is active, I am unable to use the play speaker icon tool to play different parts of the stem. Is that how it's set up? So, you know, if I come over here, you know, and like when we go through here, generally this goes through. That is routed through the control room. So most of the time it's actually that people, you know, make sure that you have the, sorry, wrong window. If you hit F4, make sure that you have the control room set up here. So I have, let's say my control room here set up, and usually that enables all the previews to come through. But make sure we don't have this set for like the stereo out here, that this is set to not connected, because that could cause conflicts. But generally, the control room, you could play everything back and monitor everything through the control room. All right, so I think we have a couple of questions that were mailed in. Let me clear my throat. All right, so let me just open up questions that came in. I think we answered a couple already. All right, so we had a question. Can I pitch shift audio part full octave down or up? Okay, so let me just grab something where you can hear kind of pitch on it.
I feel, in the, oh,
Okay, so let's say we'll take this file here.
oh.
Okay, so we'll come to our audio menu and we'll select pitch shift. All right, so we'll say the red is our original source, so I'm going to now come over here and just choose all right, let me just all right, let me just all right, so I thought I could do negative. I thought I should be able to. Let me just check again. All right, let me just. So right now, so we just go to your audio menu, processes, and then we'll go to pitch shift, and then you could just change it down an octave. So if we undo that, then redo it. And then you could also do different fine tuning, and there's just different algorithms as well that you could use. All right, next question. Question 1. In the project window, if I press Control and Alt and hover the mouse over an event, the mouse cursor turns into a double arrow symbol pointing to left and right. Apparently, if I drag the mouse, I change something about the tempo, but I couldn't figure out exactly what it does. Okay, so let's show you this quickly. Okay, so let's take a look at this event. And as we look at this event, so when I hold down Alt or Control or Command Option on Mac, we see these two little arrows. And sometimes you do it and it's like, oh, it doesn't do anything. And it won't do anything if the event is at its full size. So I'm going to resize this event. And now that I've resized the event, I could slip contents within the particular event. Again, by holding down Alt or Option or Command or Alt Control or Command plus Option. And then when you see the left right arrows, we could slip the content within the particular event. So even if I split here, I could take this event in the center and make a copy like so. But it's not going to work if the content is kind of at its full size. So there's nothing to slip at that point. But if we split the event, I can now just come here and slip contents like so. So I'm basically dragging the earlier or later events. So you can see right now we're into silence where we are, and if I wanted the end events, I'm going to drag it to the right, and we can see the waveform, the subsequent waveform, or the waveform as it's fading out from earlier. We could just drag and reposition. So if you want to come up with like creative little stutter edits, it's a great way of doing that. All right, question 2. I have a problem with group channels and with effects tracks. I have 2 vocal channels that are routed to a group lead vocals. I also created an effects track for parallel compression for the vocal. The effects track parallel compression is routed to the group lead vocals. Everything is fine. And in the drop down output menu on the effects track, I get the option lead vocals. However, I wanted to do the same with drum channels in the project. I have the same setup for drums, kick, snare are routed to a group track, drums group. I have an effects track, drums parallel compression, drum crush. This time when I want to route the output to the effects track, the parallel compression. Also to the drums group channel, the output menu doesn't contain the option drums group. Is this a known issue? I created the effects tracks a long time after I created the group track. Maybe that's the problem. So, you know, when doing parallel compression, it's probably not the best way to use the effects channel. So here I have like different vocals, multiple vocals, and I just created 2 different groups. And for these tracks, I created, so when we go to our sends, we can see that each of these, we have 8 sends. Like I could send these to my 2 different groups. So we listen to this.
Falling before I knew.
So all the tracks are going to these 2 groups, and what I could do now is
all at once you kissed my face. The world was like a brand new place. Felt my fears all fly away. Don't it make you feel good?
So this is kind of like the crush group.
That somebody loves you. Don't it make you feel good? Knowing that somebody wants
So this has more of the dynamics.
give you their heart.
So, you know, instead of sending it necessarily to an effects channel, you know, so I'm using the ascends here to send it to 2 distinct groups. And this way it's actually kind of in parallel. And it could be that, with how you had your setup, that you're creating a feedback loop. So instead of, maybe sending it to an effects channel for the parallel processing, try sending it to two distinct groups instead. And I think that will fix your problem. All right, question 3. I have some information about signal routing that has me confused. When I send a signal via the sends post fader, is this after the pan or pre-pan? All right, so let's take a look. I think I have. All right, so let's look at this track here. All right, I'm going to turn down the volume here. So let's say we have test tone. All right, so when I send this to the group, and we look at the meters, when we adjust this isn't going to affect the panning. So it says when you send a signal via the sends post fader, is this after pan or pre-pan? So, so right now when we send it to the group, and I'm going to just switch this send here. To pre-fader, and we can see that as I adjust the panning, it's going to be the same. When I send it post fader, I adjust the panning, it's going to be the same. So sending it to a group doesn't really have an impact on or it doesn't have an effect on the panning unless you send it to a stereo source to a mono group. All right, and we have a question. What's the use of the link panners option in the channel settings? Okay, so let's say we have our channel settings here, and we go to our panning of our effect send. Okay, so we can see that we could, when we come over here, we could choose to pan. So what this is going to allow us to do is once we have the panning set up, so we would again come over here. So once you have the panning linked, that the panning that I make here in the track is automatically conveyed directly over for the effect sends as well. So this way, as I pan the track, the effect send can automatically be panned as well. So this way, when we unlink panners, I could pan independently, and this could be useful like if we think like 80s hard rock acts, the guitar would be panned here, but the reverb would be panned in the opposite side. So if we choose to link the panners, now as we move, those two would be linked together. So this way the effect would be panned the same way that the particular track is. All right. See, question. What is the use of the combined panner option when I right click on the pan knob in the mixer? Okay, so, some programs and some, when working with stereo tracks, there's two different modes for panning. So we could come over here, we could have a balanced panner. So if I have a stereo track, I could come over here and route this to, let's say I'll just route this to my stereo out. So as I pan, we could do a balance between these two. But let's say I want it, if I right click, we could have what we call combined panner. And what a combined panner does is we have one control, And if I want this to be panned primarily in the center, but to be very narrow or more towards the left or to the right, we could do that. So we could just do different kind of panning options. Or if I wanted to actually just keep going, I could invert the panning. So this way, instead of having a left pan knob and a right pan knob, I could have one control and be able to adjust the panning within the stereo field. All right, and we see, is this combined panner mode best for stereo tracks? Example, stereo synth. I want to pan the stereo signal correctly to the left or right. So I think this gives you the most flexibility. So if you wanted to take your stereo, you wanted to be in stereo, but more to the right, more to the left, but not all kind of fixed, that's a great option for doing that. All right. All right, let me jump back to live questions. Thanks, and you can always email questions to clubcubase at steinberg.de. All right, so we see from Bratman Studio, says if I make a drum track and I want to double it but don't want them to be linked, how do I separate them as individual tracks? So I'm not sure if it's MIDI or audio, but I'll show you. I'll show you on MIDI, and if it's audio, let me know. So we'll come over here. Let's add an instrument track. So we'll do Groove Agent. Okay. So I'm going to take this and let's say we play our part. All right, so it says if I make a drum track and want to double it, but don't want them to be linked, how can I make them as individual tracks? So if we want to take like each drum sound here, and let's say we look at it in the drum editor, we can see all the different drum sounds. What we could do is if we come here to MIDI, we could choose to dissolve part. I'll select the event, dissolve part, and then we could separate pitches. So each one of the sounds could be on its own. If you duplicate a track, you could have, at this point, we could have two separate instances. So, but let me know if Bratman Studio, if it's audio or MIDI. And let me know if I'm going the wrong direction or not. All right, so we see Sensio's song says, thanks, Greg, tempo detection to drop in stuff like drum loops on top of it. Got it, thanks, man. To find out it as I'm using a much older version of Cubase, SX5. So I'm not sure if Cubase 5 had the tempo detection, but you could manually do it using the time warp tool. So if you had to do it manually, what you could do, so we could think of the time warp as or the audio detection as kind of an automated version of this. But if we come here, we could just say, okay, I want to take this And I can say, okay, this is where measure 2 starts. So I want to like right on that downbeat. So I'm going to move that to, let's say we have pickup notes. Or this is where it starts. Okay. So, and then what we could do is we're going to switch our tool here, and this is in Cubase 5, where you can say warp. You switch to warp. You may not see these other options, but you can see warp. And then you can say this is where the next measure should be. Move the bar line over. All right, that's pretty good. And then you could manually move over each beat or measure. And then that would create a tempo map for you that the other tracks in musical mode could follow. Wonderful to see Michael Pierce on. All right, great to see Ace Amadeus on. Says, hi Greg, will I still be able to use the USB E-licenser in the future? My old Windows 8.1 PC, which has my projects in Cubase 8.5. Thanks. Yes. So just because it's in the future, you won't be able to activate new licenses. So, but your existing licenses will continue to work. Hi Greg, can't seem to find a key command to expand or contract the cycles left and right locators. Is it possible? Thanks. Yeah, I found this the other day after our live stream. Let me switch tools here. So let's find a key command. Let me see if it was like loop left or something. All right, let me just... Yeah, but there is a keyboard shortcut for it. Let me just see if I can find it. just look for it. Sorry, it's taking a while. Should have made a note of it. Okay, loop range left, loop range right. Okay, so under the nudge category, so let me set this up in my MIDI remote. Okay, so I already have this kind of set up. So now if I come here, so I have my range. Let me just have it activated. Right, so let's come here. I had it working just the other day. So, but try the loop range right. And maybe it's just, let me just check my. I'll do it by the. All right, so it's just doing it by the grid here. So let me set my nudge here to. So you can see that, yeah, so loop range left. Let me just set my. I'll just kind of zoom in. So now you can see that we're just taking that entire loop range. I'll make it smaller here so you can see. But with those functions, we can now just navigate. So try that. So try to loop range left, loop range right. All right, so we see Jay from Secret Studios asks Cubase, is it possible for two different versions of Nuendo to share network resources? So you could definitely collaborate and have the same session running concurrently on a network between two different users, and you know, so that people could work on different parts of the project. So, but let me know if you mean something different by share network resources. All right, Daniel asks, if I have a solitary wave track, for example, clap, how can I use it in Beat Designer? Also, are there some claps that go with some hi-hats? So I got to be careful when combining them, maybe due to frequencies. You know, so generally they're out of way of each other. So if we have an instrument track, so we'll come over here. Let's say we'll do a Groove Agent SE. I'll load up a quick kit. Okay, so what we want to do is, so we could think of Beat Agent as a MIDI plugin that will, basically that will sequence and play back sounds to an existing instrument. So I'm going to load up an instrument here. And we'll go to our MIDI inserts and let's go to Beat Designer. And if we're using Groove Agent, one of the cool things is that we could have it automatically create the drum map. So this will extract all the names from that particular instrument. So we're going to scroll down to Beat Designer. And then I could see all of my names. So I could say, okay, I want to come here. Let's start with a kick. And we're going to do 16. And I'll mute this. Then we could see all of our available sounds on that. So let's come over here and put in, let's say, clap. I want to put in like a flam. Let's put in like closed hi-hat. And I'll just come here. And we could adjust velocity accordingly. So now we could kind of just come over here and put in so now this is basically playing sounds inside of Groove Agent. So whether it's one sound or multiple sounds, no problem. See, Jeff Sabelski says, key signatures may not be on a quiz, but the marker track might be. Great. All right, so we have from Daniel, says, stupid question, I don't know much. That's why we're all learning. Add instruments, add notes, pick a scale, and stick to it. Is it really possible to finish the song in 5 hours? That would be a song a day. Seems I'm missing a lot. So, yeah, I've seen people write a song, like a full song in 20 minutes. That's phenomenal. And I've seen people struggle for 5 years on one song. So you could definitely do it. I think one of the things that you have to do, and I was just talking to a composer friend of mine, and after like his 20th TV series, he's like, wow, I think I finally figured it out. So even people that have been doing, series for decades, they're still learning new stuff. And sometimes, I remember talking with Hans Zimmer, and I asked him a question. We were doing an interview with him for the Steinberg Spotlights. And I was like, how do you know when you're done with your piece? And he just kind of burst out laughing because, the thing that you have to give yourself sometimes is a deadline. And without a deadline, you may never finish. But if you say, in his answer, like after he just finished laughing, because you could go on forever and ever and have kind of paralysis and never finish anything. I know like one artist, one of the most famous artists in the world who has completion anxiety because he's afraid of everyone's going to compare his new song to all of his classic hits. And that's a really tough place to be in. But he still writes a song a day, So, And then Hans's answer was like, oh, I know I'm done when the film's director is banging on my door saying, give me the music, and then it's done. And we, on a Zoom social meetup last year, we had Michael Wagner, and kind of a similar question came up. It's like, wow, how do you know you're done with the mix? And he's like, that was the best mix of that day, and I'm not going to worry about it anymore. It's done. I'm not going to dwell on it. I'm not going to worry about it. So just get something written, get something down. If you don't like it, just get something down. Even a bad idea today, maybe a great catalyst for something tomorrow. But just make yourself do something. Get it started. Get the process started. Don't worry about it, and just kind of capture those ideas, and then build on those ideas later. Jeff Sabelski, he's coming up with his own quiz questions. I should outsource it to him. Michael Pierce says he loves himself some opposite panned source reverb. So it's a great trick. All right. Reading through comments. All right, to see a question from Xerix M. Hi, Greg. How do I create an automation node in Cubase 13 without upsetting the amount? Sometimes I create an automation node and it accidentally increases or decreases the original amount. All right, so let's take a look. So let's say I have some automation nodes here. All right, so let's say we have automation nodes here. All right, so let's say if I put a node here, you can see that those others are kept intact. Let's put a node here. So perhaps make sure that you don't have like any of the nodes selected, and then maybe add a node, but it looks like those are kind of working as expected. So I'll just come here, we'll put a node. And so it seems like it's pretty easy not to affect the other automation points. But let me know if I'm doing something differently than you are. And thanks for joining the live stream today. All right, so we see just kind words. It says, Greg, I'm at a loss for words. This Club Cubase stream is fantastic, and you're explaining things so patiently. I'm in awe. Jeff Sabelski says he really liked last week's tennis lesson. Yeah, so start reading the book if you haven't. All right, so you see from Xerix M. Says, Greg, in a drum map, how do you adjust the note size and also the grid size at the same time? I.e. select 16th notes, and I want the grid to also be 16th notes. But last week you tried to answer it, but it wasn't. Okay, so I think when we're in the drum editor, that when we set I'll just make this larger. So, we could set our grid here. So let's say I want to put in 16th notes. I want to put in 8th notes here. I want to put in quarter notes. that as we make our adjustments that we can place the different rhythmic values. And I think last week you wanted to make this adjustment automatically carry over to the length. So when we look at within the drum editor, if we see the length, that we would want the quarter notes to be a quarter note long. So unfortunately, it just doesn't do that the way you want. So, you know, when we change the value here, it's just for the value of the grid as we enter in notes within the drum editor. So that allows you to quickly, you know, put in eighth note triplets, but it doesn't automatically carry over to adjust the length of that. So it's just really kind of the rhythmic value, but not necessarily the length, because the drum editor itself is really designed for primarily for, you know, instruments with attack. So where the length isn't as critical as other notes. But if we're in, you know, like a key editor, you know, if we take this and add our instrument track, let's say we'll add and now if we're in a key editor, we could just kind of change the rhythmic value. So let's, and we go to step entry. So let's say, okay, I'm at eighth notes. So now as let's say we'll move this over. So as I put in, let me just start on a grid here. All right, so as we put notes in, now if I just hold down the arrow key, I could just extend the rhythmic value just like that within the step editor. So if I want to rest, I hit the arrow key to go to the right, have a rest. Then I could just extend the rhythmic values of different notes. So I know it's a different approach, but just changing the grid enter value doesn't change the note length value in a drum editor. Jeff Sabelski says he's made it to a few of these 400 sessions and he's better for it. Jazz Dude's been incredibly loyal and hasn't missed one. Jeff Sabelski, does Yamaha make gold watches for Jazz Dude? That's a great question. But he says he doesn't wear a watch. I would take a watch from Yamaha. Okay, so we see from Bratman Studio, it says 2 loops were linked together. I ran one to affect the gate, but the volume affected the gate cutoff, but I still want to hear the drum beat, so I added a second track, but they were linked. All right. So let me see if I still have that example. All right, we'll show you a trick that might do the trick here. Okay, so I'm going to double duplicate this track here. Okay, so we have both of these tracks kind of playing at once, and let's find like a synth pad. Okay, so let's say we want to create, so we're going to have this with the gate on it. So come over here to Dynamics. Let's go to our gate. Let's set our sidechain. Right, and we're going to do it to the second one here. Okay, so we'll just listen to it and okay, so let me just reread this. Ran one effect to gate, the volume effect at the gate cut off, but I still want to hear the drum beat at a second track, but they were linked. So one of the things that you could try to do is, like, on one of the sources, send it to no bus. So for the source that you don't want to hear, so let's say if we duplicate this, you know, try setting so if we do this on this track and we don't have the gate, but just try sending the track and see if you could send the output to no bus, and then I think that will do what you want. All right, so you see I just checked the routing. Parallel drum compression was indeed a feedback loop problem. All right, so glad we got it sorted out for you. All right, so we see from Ace Amadeus, hi Greg, hope you're doing well. Windows 10 PC web folder. Excuse me, let me clear my throat. What folder contains the names, info, path, location regarding various VST plugins in Cubase Pro 12? So I think if you go to your program files, Windows, and then you'll that there is under program files, Windows, or program files, Steinberg, I think that there's a VST3 folder there. But maybe someone else could confirm, since I'm just on Mac OS and don't have a Windows machine open in front of me. Okay, so we see from Jeff Sabelski, says, Greg, I tried to explain it better. When I highlight an area clip, I just want the macro to apply cuts at each end without removing anything. Okay, so if we're here, let's say we have this file. If I have this selected, if I hit, I think it's Shift plus X, then this is a separate event, just like that. So again, if that's what you want, Jeff, try this. Set the range, Shift plus the letter X, and then that will automatically create that. And since we've had Cubase 13, if we cut a range, this is a clever thing, and we switch to the object selection tool, that range, that event will automatically be selected. So let me know if that's helpful for you, Jeff. Jazzing the Mel asks, hey Greg, is there any reason to keep my other previous Cubases on my computer? For example, I have Cubase 7.5 and up. I have a lot of old projects that was done in those and they may not open up. So unless you really need disk space, just leave the programs on, I think, just to make sure in case you have to go back. It's easier than having to reinstall everything. So unless you're like really kind of, short of hard disk space, then I think you're fine keeping everything on. So you don't have to, but why not? All right, so we see from now we see Pablo's made it on. Can I use a WAV file that I found somewhere? So let's say I have it on a folder in a desktop. Not can I, but how? So all you have to do is you could drag and drop or just go to import audio file and go to your desktop and select a WAV file and import it into your project. All right, so we see what do the little black squares mean in Beat Designer? Sometimes I inadvertently add them. All right, so if it's these little squares here at the bottom, that's a flam. So that would play the note, like instead of just playing one single instance of note, it would go like, instead of like, it would go like that. So that would just add kind of very short notes as a flam. All right, so you see Garrett just sent me some stems as a project. Wonderful to see Pablo's made it, so all 4 members of Hot Mess. Sable is saying I'm a goat again, so not sure if that's a compliment. See comment, I need to be able to plug a cable into my head like the Matrix and just upload all Greg's knowledge into my head. So you could probably have better things to learn. All right, well, I see that I've run over and I'm out of time. I want to thank everyone for all the wonderful questions, and we will be back on Friday. Thanks for everyone. Please stay safe and healthy, and we'll see you on Friday. Thank you so much. Goodbye.